In a world transformed by disruption, where technology challenges tradition and reason seeks harmony with faith, we are called to reflect once more. Can rationality and religiosity walk hand in hand in this uncertain era? From this question, a dialogue begins. The Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought, UIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta, proudly presents the 6th International Student Conference, Revisiting Rationality and Religiosity in the Disruption Era. Scholars, students, and thinkers from around the world gather to rediscover meaning, rebuild connections, and reignite hope. Join us November 6-7, 2025 at Grand Rohan Hotel Yogyakarta and online worldwide. Let us revisit, reimagine, rediscover together.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the opening of the 6th International Student Conference, proudly organized by the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought, State Islamic University, Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. May we give a big round of applause for this magnificent event. With me, Nurul Faiza, it is my honor to be standing here in front of you as a master of ceremony for this special moment. First and foremost, allow me to extend a warm welcome and gratitude for your valuable presence and contribution to our esteemed guests, especially our keynote speakers today. Their Excellencies, Dean of the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought, State Islamic University, Sunan Kalijaga, Professor Dr. Haji Robi Habibah Abror, Bachelor of Religion, Magister of Humaniora. Rector of State Islamic University, Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta, Professor Nur Haidi, PhD. Ambassador of the Islamic Republic Iran, Dr. Muhammad Borujurdi. Ambassador, Communication Institute of Greece, Professor Evangelos Avendaros, PhD. Dr. Min Song Kim from South Korea. Fellow students and all participants joining us on-site and online. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, these annual international conferences serve as a platform from students, scholars, and researchers to share their insight and academic contribution in the fields of Quranic studies, theology, philosophy, and religious thought. And this year's theme is revisiting rationality and religiosity in this disruption era. Through this event, we aim to build intellectual bridge between rationality and religiosity amidst rapid technological and social changes in the modern world. Once again, welcome to the 6th International Student Conference, and may this event bring insightful discussion, fruitful collaboration, and inspiring academic exchanges for all of us. Okay, to begin our session, let's start this opening ceremony with Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Followed by the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and State Islamic University Sunan Kalijaga hymn. For all participants, please stand up for this occasion. Thank you, everyone. Please kindly take your seat. After that, we will proceed with welcoming remarks from our distinguished speakers. Right now, Ladies and gentlemen, let's now welcome Dean of the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought, Said Islamic University, Sunan Kalijaga, to His Excellency Professor Dr. Haji Rabi Habibah Abror, Bachelor of Religion, Magister of Humaniora, to deliver these opening remarks. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Alhamdulillahi kama huwa ahluhu. Alhamdulillahi bi jami'i mahamidihi kulliha. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man tabi'ahum bi ihsanin ila yaumiddin. Amma ba'du. Distinguished the Ambassador of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Roy Dr. Muhammad Burujardi, Honorable Rector of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, Professor Nurhaidi Hasan, PhD. Also joining us here, Mr. Min Seong Kim, PhD. Kamsahamnida. And Sheikh Ibrahim from Algeria. Syukron jazilan bi khudurikum. We also extend a warm welcome to Professor Evangelos and our other speakers who are joining us via Zoom. Thank you very much. Respected Deans, Vice Dean, Head and Secretaries of Study Programs, lecturers and academic staff, esteemed speakers, presenters, students, and all other guests. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us at this International Student Conference event. First of all, I would like to thank my Vice Dean 3 and the organizing committee of their hard work in preparing this event. For this conference, a total of 115 abstracts were submitted and 40 were accepted from 9 countries. I truly appreciate it. Thank you very much. And my special thanks goes to the Excellency the Ambassador of Islamic Republic of Iran, Roy Dr. Muhammad Burujardi, man az huzuri shumo khus halam tashakkur mikunam. Our university is already home to an Iranian corner located in our university library, and we have actively collaborated with the Islamic Cultural Center with Dr. Akmal and Ayatullah Hakim Ilahi, and the Cultural Counselor of the Iranian Embassy on various intellectual and spiritual activities. This cooperation has greatly enriched our academic environment and cross-cultural understanding. We hope that this cooperation can be further strengthened and expanded. Secondly, I strongly encourage, especially myself and our lecturers, students, and staff to engage in ongoing collaboration and international initiatives in realizing our rector vision, empowering knowledge, shaping the future. Inshallah. And the last, hopefully this event runs smoothly and successfully. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes my remarks. I apologize for any mistakes or shortcomings. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much. For Professor Dr. Haji Robi Habibah Abror, Bachelor of Religion, Magister of Humaniora, for your meaningful speech. Let's give a big round of applause. And the next station, let's invite Rector of State Islamic University Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta, Professor Nur Haidi PhD, to deliver the welcoming speech. And for His Excellency, Professor Nur Haidi PhD, the stage now is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador of the Republic of Iran, Dr. Muhammad Barujadi, the Honorable Cultural Attaché of the Iranian Embassy in Jakarta, Dean of the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought, Vice Deans, the heads of study programs, distinguished speakers, especially His Excellency Mr. Ambassador Professor Evangelos Afendras, and our special guest from South Korea, Mr. Min Seong Kim. Honorable, all the speakers, students, participants. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the committee of this conference for organizing so well the 6th International Student Conference of the Faculty of Ushuluddin in Islamic Thought, highlighting one of the most challenging themes today, revisiting rationality and religiosity in the disruption era. This is a very good initiative taken by the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought, because through this conference, we can bring together experts, ambassadors even, bright scholars, distinguished speakers, students, to present their papers and ideas and exchange their perspective about the topic we are concerned with. I do hope that this conference can be continued annually, bringing more scholars and students to present their papers and ideas. This also indicates that our university is really committed to the advancements of religion and science. We are known as the university applying integration and interconnection approach, meaning that we combine, religious perspective, religious insights to our standings about social life, about natures, about environment, about life, about society, and about everything. We are very proud with this approach, and through this conference, we can strengthen and we emphasize more about this approach. Hopefully, there will be concrete works coming from this conference, either in the form of proceedings or journal articles to be published in journals. Just for information, our university has 5 Scopus Index internationally reputed journals. One belongs to the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought. That is the Journal of Al-Quran and Hadith. Another one is one of the oldest one in Indonesia, Al Jami'ah, also indexed by Scopus. Al Ahwal at the Faculty of Sharia, concerned with issues around family law. Al Madahib also belonging to the Faculty of Sharia and Law. And there is one more, that is the Journal of Pendidikan Agama Islam, Islamic Education, that is organized and managed by the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Education. So we are very proud with this achievement. 5 journals, international reputed journals. And of course, we hope that with the presence of this journal in our university, more and more scholars will come from our university. But we cannot produce good scholars if we do not provide and organize this kind of meetings, this kind of academic fora. Because through this fora, through this forum, we can hear different perspectives, different ideas broached by scholars from around the world. I'm so happy that there are so many participants, mostly students, coming from 9 countries. They will share with us their current research about the topic. Ladies and gentlemen, our event is becoming more special because of the presence of Mr. Ambassador, His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Berujarji. I was a bit surprised when I came to this room and I saw you are there. I mean, this small event, is attended by Mr. Ambassador. Thank you so much. Hopefully, this is not, the last, but the end of your presence in our university, indicating more fruitful collaboration between our university and the Islamic Republic of Iran. As Badikan has said in his opening speech, we have Iranian corner at our library, but actually I am a little bit jealous to know that at the Indonesian International Islamic University, you might know, I was serving as the dean, the founding dean of the Faculty of Islamic Studies at the Indonesian International Islamic University in Jakarta. That is kind of national strategic program by the government. The Iranian colleagues or our colleagues from the Shiite backgrounds, like Jamaah Ahlul Bait in Indonesia, they contributed, hundreds of volumes of Islamic books from Iran, books about Shia theology, Shia fiqh, Shia tasawwuf, and everything, there, and they put it there in the library. We are very open with that. As the source of study, a source of research, that would be very good. If more and more literature about Iran, about Shiism and everything, is also available in our university, so students and researchers can learn better about Iran, and about Shiism, and about everything. That is the characteristic of our university. As an open Islamic university, we have been, developing a kind of inclusive approach in this university, meaning that not only we admitted students from disability backgrounds, we are among the most concerned with students with disable backgrounds, but also we have long admitted students, lecturers, researchers from all religious backgrounds. Some of our lecturers, faculty members, they come from Catholic backgrounds, from Protestant background. Even there is one Hindu teaching in this university. As well as the students, I think we have produced more than 15 doctors, PhDs from the Catholic background as well as Protestant backgrounds, and more than masters, 20 masters, 15, around 30 masters from Christian background. So I mean, this indicates that we are really, really open with, you know, any cultures, religion, and everything. Hopefully, with this present of Mr. Ambassadors, we will see the fruit of this engagement. At least, you know, in terms of knowledge, for instance, we have more interest in studying Iran and studying anything related to Iran, as we know that Iran is a great country producing so many philosophers, scholars, you know, leading figures in the world, because, you know, Iranian people have long been known for their very deep thought, philosophically informed, and integrating Hellenism with the Islam and everything. So I mean, we might get more inspiration from Iran to enrich our knowledge here, as well as our perspective about the future. Pak Dekan was right saying that this is one of the manifestation of empowering knowledge and you know, shaping the future tagline, meaning that we need to improve, we need to empower more and more our knowledge, broaden our knowledge, and with that knowledge, we will be players in the future change. I don't, our students be only like, you know, the penonton, the watchers, yeah, the losers, even more, the losers of globalization. You have to be the players, the main players of global change. Take part in this rapid change happening all over the world. Congratulations to the Faculty of Ushuluddin Islamic Thought. Congratulations to everyone. Again, I'm very happy with this, and our colleagues from Korea, thank you so much for coming, for attending this conference. Actually, we want to know more about Korea, South Korea as well. I have once visited South Korea long time ago, but actually Korean culture is quite influential in Indonesia. Around 44% international movies watch or anything about, you know, watched by Indonesians are from Korea. You know, almost, I don't know, maybe 50% of Indonesians have watched Korean K-pop, Korean movie and everything. So you are from cultural studies background. So I mean, it is very good that you can come here, and hopefully through engagement with Professor Kim Seong Kim, students, our students can you know, start thinking about continuing their studies for master degree or PhD in South Korea, Iran, and other countries. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Nur Hadi, PhD, for your inspiring speech. Once again, please give a big round of applause. And now, we continue with the opening ceremony procession to symbolize the official opening of this conference. We will now proceed with the gong striking. The sound of the gong represents the beginning of our meaningful session today. We respectfully invite Professor Nur Hadi, PhD, as a Rector of State Islamic University Sunan Kalijaga, to strike the gong. Wow, how spectacular this opening! Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the International Student Conference 2025 is officially open. Up next, we have something truly special, a mesmerizing Balinese dance performance presented by Tiffan Mahendra Saputra, student of Hadith Studies. Please join me in welcoming our talented dancer to the stage. Enjoy the show. Please, I ask your apologies for the next agenda. Let's invite our ambassador today, Professor Muhammad Burujurdi, to give welcoming speech for this event.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا ونبينا وحبيب قلوبنا أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين محمد وآله وصحبه المنتجبين. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I am grateful to the Dean of the Faculty and also Rector of the University and all the professors and scholars and students and everybody who are invited and are just present in this event. My speech is about the same title that you can see on the background and of course with some Iranian perspective. Revisiting rationality and religiosity in the contemporary era of transformation. This is the title, general title, an Iranian perspective on constructive engagement. Distinguished professors, esteemed scholars, and honored guests. Assalamu alaikum jami'an wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is both a great honor and a sincere pleasure to be here at the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought in a country where intellectual and spiritual heritage represents one of the most vibrant and inclusive expressions of Islam in the contemporary world. I bring you warm greetings from Iran, a land where intellectual history, like that of Indonesia, has been shaped by a continuous effort to harmonize reason and faith, knowledge and spirituality, philosophy and revelation. We are living through that many scholars describe an era of transformation and disruption. It is a time when the very foundations of knowledge, ethics, and human identity are being reshaped by rapid technological and cultural change, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, digital networks, and the new global flows of information. These developments have expanded human capacity and interconnection. Yet, they have also brought uncertainty and disorientation. We face profound questions. What does it mean to be human in an age of machines? What is the place of divine wisdom in a world governed by data? How can the religious and ethnical traditions guide human responsibility amid these transformations? In such a context, rationality and religiosity, two of the most essential dimensions of human life, are often portrayed as being in tension. Yet, from the perspective of the Islamic intellectual tradition, this opposition is neither necessary nor accurate. From its very beginning, Islam has invited humanity to think, reflect, and reason. The Quran repeatedly calls us to tafakkur or reflection, tadabbur or contemplation, and ta'aqqul or rational understanding. The intellect in the Quranic vision is not in conflict with the revelation. It is the dimensions of technology and how faith can deepen our understanding of human dignity and social justice. This approach does not reject modernity, but seeks to harmonize it, to ensure that the scientific progress remains tied to moral purpose, and that technological advancements serve rather than diminish human well-being. From this perspective, religiosity is not opposed to rationality. Rather, it serves as its moral compass. Rationality without spirituality risks producing efficiency without empathy and knowledge without wisdom. Conversely, religiosity without reason may lead to rigidity and isolation. The constructive path, what we might call hikmatul mu'asir or hikmat mu'asir, or we can say contemporary wisdom, lies in the integration of both. Both Iran and Indonesia, as Muslim societies with deep philosophical and theological traditions, have the intellectual resources to demonstrate that Islam is not an absolute obstacle to progress, but a guide toward a balanced, ethical, and spiritual enriched civilization. In the era of transformation, the Muslim world must not only preserve its intellectual heritage, but also renew it. This renewal or tajdeed does not mean rejecting the past, but reinterpreting it in light of contemporary realities. Iranian and Indonesian scholars share a vital responsibility in this effort. Through through dialogue, academic cooperation, and mutual exchange, we can articulate a vision of Islamic nationality and religiosity that addresses the moral and spiritual challenges of our age. As we can have some examples, several examples from Quran, as Quran reminds us, يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير. Allah will rise those among you who believe and those who have been granted knowledge to high ranks. And Allah is all aware of what you do. Quran, Surah 58, Ayat 11. This noble verse reminds us that the knowledge and faith are not separate paths, but two wings of the same ascent toward truth. Our mission as scholars is to ensure that the knowledge remains guided by ethic and that faith remains enlightened by understanding. In conclusion, to revisit rationality and religiosity in the contemporary era is not to look backward in nostalgia, but to look forward with renewed purpose and hope. From the Iranian perspective, this renewal must be constructive, dialogical, and inclusive, rooted in Islamic values and open in universal human concerns. Let us therefore work together, Iranian and Indonesian scholars, teachers, and students, to cultivate an intellectual culture of openness, ethnical innovation, and spiritual depth. In doing so, we can transform this time of uncertainty into an opportunity for moral and civilization renewal. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much for your meaningful speech. Let's give a big round of applause. Up next, we have something truly special, a mesmerizing Balinese dance performance presented by Tipan Mahendra Saputra, student of Hadith Studies. Please join me in welcoming our talented dancer to the stage. Enjoy the show.
seri kang pertama undian kete. Seri kang kedua bokong kete. Apa teh kendal dikeplak mulai lengan deh teh. Anda sete. Wis waya endang wis
Wow, how else validates this performance? Thank you for your wonderfully rich and engaging performance. Let's give a big round of applause. And our next agenda, we have group photo session. And now, we invite the excellencies to have a group photo session to commemorate this prestigious moment. And for the all excellencies, please come forward on the stage. Very well, thank you very much. Excellencies, you may all return to your seats. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our coffee break. Please feel free to enjoy the refreshments served in the foyer Grand Jasmine. And don't forget to return here on time for the next session. Thank you. Okay, for the all participants, please enjoy your coffee break and please come back here at 10 o'clock.
Cek cek 1 2 3 cek. cek satu tiga cek cek satu.
الله تكفل يحميه ولي أسمع يفديه الله تكفل يحميه ولي أسمع يفديه وبسر القوم الأسرار وبسر القوم الأسرار بنت الصديق توافيه بنت الصديق توافيه الهجرة رحلة هادينا حمل الإسلام لنا دينا الهجرة رحلة هادينا حمل الإسلام لنا دينا فالسلام الله على الهادي والكون يردد آمينا فالسلام الله على الهادي والكون يردد آمينا الهجرة
Stop taking meeting notes and let ClickUp AI Note Taker do it for you. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes. It captures everything, from action items to key decisions. And after every call, you get a clear summary. But where it really goes to the next level is that it's the only AI Note Taker that connects your meeting.
والغم والهنا أشفى جميلة شرف فؤادي وأنسى بها فرحان عزف علينا ليالي الجميلة بين القمر والهود والحدود الأصلية والغم والهنا أشفى جميلة شرع فؤادي وأنسى بها فرحان والغم والهنا أشفى جميلة شرع فؤادي وأنسى بها فرحان وحدنا دندنا
membayangkan betapa besar pahala yang akan didapatkan dari satu Al-Quran yang kita wakafkan. Assalamualaikum Bapak, Ibu, dan Kakak donatur sekalian. Alhamdulillah tim Yayasan Al-Fatihah sedang mempersiapkan proses
صفي صلى عليه الله
بريدك الإلكتروني هو أول انطباع أونلاين لك، اجعله مميزا. مع البريد الإلكتروني من جودادي احصل على عنوان احترافي.
أحمد يا حبيبي 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 سلام حبيبي سلام عليك حبيبي أحمد يا حبيبي 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 سلام حبيبي سلام عليك يا عون الغريب سلام عليك أمن وسلام سلام عليك يا عون الغريب سلام عليك أمن وسلام سلام عليك دينك الإسلام سلام عليك دينك الإسلام سلام عليك أحمد يا حبيبي 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 سلام حبيبي سلام عليك حبيبي أحمد يا حبيبي 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 سلام حبيبي سلام عليك حبيبي جئت بالقرآن سلام عليك من عند الرحمن سلام عليك جئت بالقرآن سلام عليك من عند الرحمن سلام عليك بالتوحيد سلام عليك جئت بالتوحيد سلام عليك أحمد يا حبيبي 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 سلام حبيبي سلام عليك حبيبي أحمد يا حبيبي 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 سلام حبيبي سلام عليك حبيبي أحمد يا حبيبي 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 سلام حبيبي سلام عليك حبيبي أحمد يا حبيبي 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 سلام حبيبي سلام عليك أحمد يا حبيبي 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 سلام حبيبي سلام عليك حبيبي أحمد يا حبيبي 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 سلام حبيبي سلام عليك حبيبي جئت بالقرآن سلام عليك من عند الرحمن سلام عليك جئت بالقرآن سلام عليك من عند الرحمن سلام عليك كتاب التوحيد سلام عليك جئت بالتوحيد سلام عليك أحمد يا حبيبي 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 سلام حبيبي سلام عليك حبيبي أحمد يا حبيبي 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 سلام حبيبي سلام عليك حبيبي
Ini berarti pembicaranya tokohnya akan sama Mr. Dr. Jarfor Ibrahim. Sebentar. Ada beliau ada. CV-nya belum ada. Oh, CV-nya belum ada. Iya. Hari ini soalnya kan Pak Min dulu. Pak Min. Oh, Dr. Min Song Kim, Evangelist Offender sama Jarfor Ibrahim. Dr. Jarfor Ibrahim. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and now we are ready to start. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to introduce the moderator as well as the speakers from this important session. Let's invite our moderator today, Mr. Khairullah Zikri, Bachelor of Religion, Magister of Religion. And the speakers in the session are Dr. Min Song Kim from Korea, please come forward, Professor Evangelist Offenders, and Dr. Jarfor Ibrahim. Without further ado, I will hand over the stage to our moderator. Thank you.
Gentlemen, let's start our session for the first or the sixth conference, International Student on Revisiting Rationality and Religiosity in the Disruption Era. We're supposed to have 3 speakers. 4 with in my note here with His Excellency, but we can only discuss with these 3 of us. Professor Evangelos is online? Okay. He's online, right? Okay. Today's session, we have 3 speakers that will discuss the issues of revisiting rationality and religiosity in the disruption era. We have here Professor Evangelos Apendras, PhD, Ambassador of the Communication Institute of Greece. And we have Dr. Min Seung Kim. Am I spell it right? Yeah, we have Mr. Kim, PhD, from the University of Sanata Dharma University. He's a lecturer in graduate program in cultural studies. We also have Jarpur Ibrahim from Algeria. So he will speak in Arabic or in English? Arabic. In Indonesian is okay? Sedikit, okay. Right. As we know that the disruption era has contributed to the speedy development of the world, especially in our achievement in technology, has contributed a lot in our prosperity as a human being. And it is suffice to say that we are now really dependent on our gadget, if not enslaved by our gadget. And as characteristic of disruption era itself entail at least simplicity, efficiency, affordability, that contribute a lot to the how our people, our society run their life. In our discussion today, we would like to know whether religion is part of area that is badly affected by this disruption era. We can say that we can witness people this day, at least I interview my neighbors, whether they really keen to attend mosque for religious session, pengajian. They said, well, I have YouTube now. I can select any religious speaker that I like. I can listen to any message that I like. Same also with my student I interviewed in other university, whether they are frequently attending church now. They said, we prefer online sermon. The study carried out in 2017, we also see the toll of this disruption era on religious aspect. The study in 2017 shown that over the past few years, there is at least 115 churches is closing down. Why? Because people no longer attending it. People no longer attend the religious sermon, partly because there is no such innovation as the disruption era would require. We would go there in a simplistic way. We would go there in efficient time and not time consuming, listening to something that we really affected our life, something like that. So people stop attending religious places. So in that case, not yet. In that case, we need to address this religiosity and rationality within the context of disruption era. Are we now producing people who do have religion but less religious? Or even the question of religion itself is relevant in this disruption era, where people no longer attached to the religious life. because they really enslaved by the modern life they adopt now. So present before us today, we have three speakers. One would be Professor Evangelos would talk from online, but we have three speakers here. Who would like to address first? Professor Ibrahim or Mr. Kim? And description, okay. The first one we have Professor Evangelos. Professor Evangelos is already online. Professor Evangelos, without further ado,
I don't know. Can you?
I will
Can
let
you hear me?
Yes, we can perfectly. Professor Evangelos will be speaking online, practically from his personal experience or advocacy of dealing with people in many aspects of their religious life. The time is yours, Professor Evangelos.
For the first time ever, I cannot get my PowerPoint on. I don't know what is happening.
PowerPoint-nya. You can practically send to us. We will display it in here.
Just 1 second.
Ada nggak? Bisa di display? Hah? Okay, you can do it again, Professor Evangelos. You can share screen now. We change your status to one of the minister.
I'm really sorry. I don't know what is happening.
Can you try it again, Professor? Share your PowerPoint.
Oh, my.
Atau panitia bisa membantu barangkali. You have the PowerPoint? Okay. One of the committee will ask your paper or your PowerPoint presentation. We will display it in here. Okay.
I'm going crazy, you know.
It's already showing up. Okay, Professor, you can start your presentation right now. We can see your paper is already on the display.
The paper, but not a PowerPoint.
Ah, the PowerPoint.
Oh my God.
Sorry? Okay. Maybe we can skip for a while. We can ask one of the other presenter here to deliver speech or lecture. Do you mind with that, Professor?
Yes, please.
Okay. We can have Dr. Kim. Yeah.
Okay. I actually sent my PowerPoint yesterday to Shifa. Hopefully she can put it up on the screen.
Bisa dibantu? PowerPoint-nya, please.
It's not absolutely necessary. If you can't put it up, it doesn't matter. It's not that important, actually, the PowerPoint.
Yeah, it's already.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already on.
That's like, you should go to the first slide. It's hard for me to see from here. Title slide. Do you have a Zoom screen here so that I can see the PowerPoint? Right. Tell them to go to the first slide.
First slide, please. Slide pertama.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. So I'll begin with a disclaimer. When I got the invitation to speak here at this conference, I was a bit surprised because I don't do any research in religion, so I have nothing really to say about religiosity per se. And I will talk about disruption, but disruption in a sense that's rather different from the sense of a disruption era that's usually discussed, which is oriented towards technology. I'll talk about disruption in a more broader sense. Okay. And I also must confess I'll try to do something that I don't usually do, and you're not really supposed to do as a keynote speaker. Keynote speakers are usually expected to have a polished paper and read something that's polished and so on, but I actually failed to write a paper. Yesterday, I stayed up all night trying to write a paper, but didn't succeed. I do have fragments and some ideas, but they are fragments. So I won't be reading like a polished paper. I have some fragments from my previous writing, some new ideas, but I couldn't really figure out a satisfying way to articulate, satisfying way to connect all the ideas that I wanted to present and provide an interesting, satisfactory answer to the question that I wanted to raise. So what is the question that I wanted to raise here? As you can see from the title, the apocalypse has so far been disappointing, cultural studies at the end of the world. As you can see from the title, the question that I wanted to address was the role of cultural studies, my discipline, in the Anthropocene era, which is sometimes discussed by humanities scholars and social scientists in terms of the end of the world, end of the modern world. So I wanted to address what can cultural studies do, and what should it do when we are living at the end of the world. The problem was that I couldn't come up with a nice answer to that question. That's why the paper is incomplete and not written. And I only have fragments and ideas. I can articulate what the problem is, but I don't have a solution. So because I don't have a full paper, I will try to speak a bit extemporaneously based on the notes and passages and PowerPoint slides that I made a few days prior to this conference. Hopefully, some coherent idea will emerge from this discussion. And you can let me know if I pass 20-minute mark. Okay? So, yeah. So when I got the conference theme, revisiting rationality and religiosity in the disruption era, I was immediately struck with the question: what really is disruption and disruption era? There are typical ways to talk about disruption and disruption era, and as I mentioned at the beginning, in terms of technological advancement, changes in cultural practices, and so on and so forth. But isn't that really what happens all the time? Was there a time in human history that was not really disruptive? I don't remember a time when people were saying, "Oh, this is a moment of common peace." In fact, when people do say that, it was usually illusory. The period of relative peace in the global north, for example, in the 90s, the global north enjoyed economic development and relative peace, but that was based on the conflicts, disruptions that went on outside their purview in the countries in the global south. Human history has never not experienced disruption in some sense. So when we talk about disruption era, this sense of disruption has to be something more specific than just change, rapid change, and so on and so forth, right? It can't just be like a qualitative change, quantitative proliferation of, or quantitative increase of visibility of change, but rather the change itself has to be something more qualitative, more fundamental. Disruption itself has to be more qualitative. So I think, so that was my initial reaction to the theme of the conference. And when I thought about that, I decided, okay, given that the theme is disruption, or in the conceptual, given that the theme is disruption, I immediately thought of a book that's kind of important to me personally. And incidentally, it happens to be the 40th anniversary of the book's publication this year, 2025. The book was published in 1985, so it's the 40th anniversary exactly. So it seemed very fitting to start with a discussion of that book, a book that's quite important to political theory as well as cultural studies. So, next slide.
Please.
So the book in question is Hegemony and Socialist Strategy, first published in 1945 in London, by Verso, written by the Argentinian political theorist Ernesto Laclau and the Belgian political theorist Chantal Mouffe. So, and their work succeeded in redefining political imagination of the left at the time of its publication, when the Cold War was coming to a close, and Western liberal democracy and capitalism appeared to be becoming the only game in town. So it injected a fresh air to political imaginary in the left at the time. So what's their project in the book? Their project is described as post-Marxist. And it was theoretically rooted in the post-structuralist discursive turn, the idea that the practice of meaning-making is a key dimension that shapes human reality. Right? And because such practices, such meaning-making practices, had no preordained or predetermined outcome, right? We cannot decide in advance which meaning will prevail, and by extension, the content of a given social order, given reality, that order, the outcome, the meaning that we end up with, the order that we end up with, the reality that we build becomes a matter of contestation and struggle. So the idea that contestation and struggle over society is what constitutes society is captured by the central ontological claim of Laclau and Mouffe, that society does not exist. That's the ontological claim. This means that society as a self-identical object or a complete whole is an impossibility. Moreover, as not all meanings are compatible, with each other and cannot be equally realized, every actual social order rests on some kind of exclusion. But given that such exclusions are always outcomes of struggle or contestation, as per the premise of their thesis, the boundaries of exclusion and inclusion can be contested and redrawn through struggle. That, in essence, that struggle to redefine the boundaries, to redefine meaning, and by extension redefine reality and society is politics. Not the administration of harmony, but it is the ceaseless contestation over meaning. An attempt to fix what can never be finally fixed. That's politics for Laclau and Mouffe. An attempt to institute society as an always partial, because it cannot encompass everything, and temporary, because it will always be contested and subverted system. So that's their idea of politics, right? Next slide, please. Next slide. So for Laclau and Mouffe, the impossibility of society, that sounds like a tragic outcome. We can never have a harmonious, totally harmonious, peaceful society. Society will always be conflictually constituted. That sounds tragic, but it's not really tragic for them. Because it is precisely this impossibility of society, what they also call impossibility of fullness, or an impossibility of ultimate harmony, precisely that makes democracy possible. Why? Because democracy, if democracy presupposes pluralism, plurality, for example, a genuinely pluralistic society is one in which the outcome of contestation between incompatible attempts to articulate or construct society would be open or contingent. Right? Why? Conversely, if there was a way to determine or legitimate one particular outcome outside contestation, any contestation, in susceptible to contestation, it would mean that that society was founded not on pluralism, but on underlying unity, underlying uniformity, or underlying essence. So what makes democracy radical, in one sense, is that democracy, unlike other political regimes, would not attempt to cover up the impossibility of society as a harmonious whole, right? That's the ideological procedure. Ideology always tells you there is like a fundamental shared essence across everyone in society and so on and so forth. But democracy is a practice that reveals that fundamentally in the ground is an abyss. There's no ultimate essence or ultimate foundation on which we can build a harmonious, non-conflictual, fully consensual society. Democracy doesn't try to hide it, it shows it. So democracy is a regime that recognizes the impossibility at the heart of society, the impermanence and contested nature of every existing social order, and the constitutive and productive nature of conflict would not be suppressed in democracy, but recognized and institutionalized to some degree. Right? Democracy is a kind of regime that does not try to eliminate conflict, but tries to recognize it, to see the productive side of conflict, so to speak. And Laclau extends, in Laclau's subsequent works, he tries to extend this into a sense of political temporality. So there is a sort of a cyclical model of what could be described as a process of degrounding society and regrounding society, right? Degrounding as in disruption, which occurs when the existing sort of order, existing hegemonic order loses its grip, when the social order can no longer sustain the belief in its own naturalness or its own necessity. That's degrounding, right? It's experienced as a traumatic, what Laclau calls dislocation, or we might call it disruption. Now, that will be followed by a kind of a process of regrounding. Okay, the previously established meanings are being dislocated or disarticulated, disrupted. Now the next step, the next political process would be to attempt to refix the meaning, re-articulate the meaning, right? And reground society, to restore its coherence, to rebuild a hegemony, to re-narrate what has been lost. So this oscillation or cyclical motion between dislocation and reconstruction, degrounding and regrounding, is this rhythm of politics and political time itself. So what does this kind of view of social and society and politics mean? So cultural studies was very excited by this kind of vision of politics. Right? And why? And what's the implication for cultural studies? It means that its object, culture, is not something that's stable. Right? Sometimes in Indonesia, when I tell people that I work in cultural studies, people ask if I'm studying traditional culture. There's all this ancient tradition and so on and so forth. I don't think that's the best sense of culture as it's used in the kind of cultural studies that I do. So culture in cultural studies as a discipline is difficult. You shouldn't really translate it as something like kebudayaan, which has a very different connotation, right? And cultural studies as a discipline is not that interested in extracting and putting into representing some hidden, unchanging tradition or values of community. That's not what cultural studies wants to do. Rather, cultural studies, because it accepts culture as an unstable, conflictual site of conflict, it looks culture as something that's always in motion, something that results from a negotiation between old meanings that no longer hold and new ones that struggle to emerge or struggle to establish itself. Right? So to study culture from the perspective of cultural studies, in a way, is to study political time. The moments when society degrounds, when the ground of society trembles, right? And must be re-articulated or regrounded. That's the point. That's the temporality that cultural study wants to look at. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so the person in the picture is Stuart Hall. I'm sure many of you know. He's the Jamaican-born cultural theorist, one of the early directors of, not the founder, but early directors of the Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies, established at the University of Birmingham in the 1960s. So he's considered one of the founding figures of cultural studies right? So if we assume that cultural studies as a discipline took shape in Britain in the 1960s, late 1960s, we can note, that cultural studies itself emerged in this degrounded or dislocatory situation in Britain, right? What was Britain like back in the 60s? The British Empire was over, basically, for all practical purposes. Its industries were collapsing. All this new media, and rebellious youth culture, subcultures were emerging and proliferating. So cultural studies itself arose in this condition in which there was the dying or dislocation of old hegemony. It was born in the disruption era, so to speak. And cultural studies, as understood by figures like Stuart Hall, the founding figures of British cultural studies, culture was not a reflection of order, traditional values, or established knowledges, but the record of their instability and contestability. That's what culture shows. So culture, in other words, was not the site where, culture, in other words, was the site where competing forces struggle to generate consent or to challenge or resist established consensus, established meanings, established interpretations of what reality is. And this was the view that, like the early generation of theorists in cultural studies, that's why the earliest generation of cultural studies took interest in subculture, the emerging punk subculture. So there's a book cover there, a book by Dick Heptidge, one of the classic books on subculture, especially punk. So the point that I want to make is that cultural studies is, as a discipline, is a discipline of crisis or disruption or dislocation. It flourishes. It's supposed to thrive in moments of disruption. When political possibilities open up, when contestations over meaning proliferate, because that's when the old order is dying and a new order might be born, to use the Gramscian sort of a notion. So what's the problem now? What's the problem? What's the question that I'm trying to ask? Whereas cultural studies traditionally thrives on dislocation and disruption and so on and so forth, maybe what we are experiencing today, if we want to call it a disruption era, the disruption is a kind of disruption, a qualitatively different disruption than the kind that cultural studies is used to dealing with. Right? So, and a kind of disruption that's so vast that it threatens to eclipse politics, the cyclical motion of deground and regrounding, as imagined by theorists like Laclau and Mouffe, and by traditional cultural studies. So isn't that the difficulty? So how do we characterize that sort of disruption? Next slide, please. So Anthropocene is basically the name of that disruption. In much of today's, I can't really say much, in some corners of contemporary humanities and social sciences, okay, the Anthropocene has been declared as the master condition that faces humanity today. And what does it mean for them, those who declare, those who affirm the condition of Anthropocene? Anthropocene implies for them the end of the modern world, and the beginning of a kind of a planetary awareness that humanity has hitherto lacked. Right? Humanity is more becoming aware of its sort of a position in a planetary scale. Think of things like global warming, for example. Human beings have transformed planetary climate. But even though it is human-induced condition, we have no idea how to deal with it. Right? It's a problem of our own making, but the problem that is increasingly suffocating the entirety of humanity. That's the scale of disruption that humanity is facing. Or think of capitalism. Capitalism is certainly a human practice to some significant degree, but it creates so much suffering to so much, of the population, and yet we have no idea how to deal with that. Right? And the condition of the Anthropocene is one in which humanity is becoming increasingly aware of, what kind of shitty situation that they are in, The modern world that seemed more or less stable, the world that we used to think we could shape, we are increasingly realizing we have created conditions that we cannot get out of, even though we made it. So the authors who talk about this kind of stuff include the anthropologists such as Anna Singh, who incidentally did part of her early research, anthropological research in Indonesia. She writes about, so what's our contemporary condition? Well, humanity increasingly are living on in the ruins of modernity, or the ruins of the capitalist ruins of their own making. People like Donna Haraway, philosopher, says that we should, stay with the trouble. To put it in a real simplistic way, our attempts to intervene, create a better society, implement new blueprint for society, that has not turned out very well. Our relation to our world has to change. Rather than trying to restore humanity as the masters of this planet, we should be a bit more humble. Timothy Morton, object-oriented philosopher, writes about hyperobjects and humankind that is more than human. I will talk about hyperobjects in more detail shortly, so we can skip that discussion for now. So what's the upshot? What's the upshot of their work? Their work invites humility. They want to place humanity in a more humble position. They seek to decenter the human and force upon us the recognition that humans are only one node in a vast entangled system more than human system and assemblages that humanity can never entirely fathom or control. Right? Next slide, please. Next slide. So let's take one prominent thinker of the Anthropocene, whom I already mentioned, Timothy Morton, and try to talk about his notion of hyperobjects in more detail. Right? So in their text, so I'll use the they/them pronoun since that's Morton's preferred pronoun. In their text, Morton frequently invokes the numerous connections between present human condition, present human situation, and processes far beyond our usual anthropocentric time scale or scale. What are the events that Morton likes to talk about? Events like oxygen catastrophe, the oxygenation of the Earth's atmosphere 3 billion years ago, in the ripples of which, to use Morton's expression, in the ripples of which we are caught even today. Right? Without oxygen, we would not be here. So that events 3 billion years ago still exist with us. That's the temporal scale of Morton's thinking. Commentators have noted how Foucault's historical a priori, Hegelian Marxist dialectic, or Heidegger's Seinsgeschichte, the history of being, notions that are all important to post-Marxists and cultural studies theoreticians. All these usual notions that our post-structuralist philosophers like to talk about, they all appear to pale into insignificance against the sheer spatiotemporal scale invoked by at least some of those systems or processes or things that Morton invokes. The magnitude, the objects and processes that Morton called, those are hyperobjects, right? Things, including human-made things, whose temporal and spatial magnitude far exceed that of the familiar anthropocentric scale. Things like global warming, things like capitalism, things like nuclear radiation, things like plastic, even internet, for example, is a hyperobject. So what's the political significance that follows from this our becoming aware of hyperobjects? That we can, so what? So what if we are always in the vicinity or in those huge spatio-temporally huge objects that we cannot master? What's the political implication? Well, for Morton, our reckoning with hyperobjects often consists in the realization that we are inescapably enmeshed in them. We are caught in them inescapably. global warming, the sum total of waste, and the Anthropocene itself are not things that are out there. That are not out there as things that we can avoid or dispose of, and they're not things from which we can simply step out of, right? So waking up to the presence of hyper-objects, therefore, can trigger a sensation of political impotence and a sort of epistemic cosmic horror. Oh, we are caught in them, but we cannot get out of it. That's what hyper-objects does. So as Morton describes them, hyper-objects stick or adhere to environments and bodies so as to render impossible their clean separation or complete removal. So when we attempt to address, for example, global warming as a problem that should be overcome, that we ought to overcome, we are immediately struck by the realization that it is connected. Global warming is connected to almost every aspect of our life. Politics, economics, and basic daily activities like turning the key in the ignition of your car or ignition of your motorcycle. Why? Because it's going to release carbon gases. You're already caught up in the process of global warming as a hyper-object. So, and even our cognitive processes are caught up in it. Right? And unlike familiar medium-sized objects, hyper-objects lack the there-ness, the property of occupying a clearly perceivable, clearly delimitable spatio-temporal region by which we usually separate ourselves from ordinary everyday objects. So as a result, the usual mode of dealing with objects that become problematic for us or undesirable for us is unavailable when dealing with hyperobjects. So inasmuch as hyperobjects are unlike, to quote Morton, stuff that gets flushed down the toilet, end of quote, hyperobjects are associated with an incomprehensibility from which it is impossible to produce any sort of politics. So now, that's the challenge, one of the challenges of the Anthropocene, according to those theorists of the Anthropocene who affirm the Anthropocene condition. And the question is, how does radical democracy advocated by Ernest Laclau or the emancipatory aims of cultural studies fare in a world torn apart by hyperobjects, a world in which we can no longer ignore their presence? What the model of politics proposed by, Laclau, cultural studies, post-Marxism, basically the Gramscian model about rearticulating meaning, reshaping human social relations. If that's the model, what the Anthropocene condition, vis-a-vis that model of that way of looking at politics, seems to reveal, Anthropocene condition and the hyperobjects of the Anthropocene seems to reveal the inadequacy of that way of thinking about politics, right? Rearticulating meaning, reconstituting human society, and temporarily, according to Laclau, right? You cannot you cannot achieve permanent peace. It's always temporary order. That seems like a minor, insignificant achievement against the backdrop of hyperobjective dimension. That kind of politics are unlikely to ever be able to address. Right? So perhaps that's the challenge that Anthropocene poses to cultural studies and the radical political thought. So what Anthropocene suggests is the woeful inadequacy of the cherished account of politics, and by emancipation, inadequacy of the cherished account cherished by radical Democrats and cultural studies in the traditional sense. Right? That is the challenge of the Anthropocene. And that's why I wanted to ask, what can cultural studies do in the Anthropocene? Right? So next slide, please. Next slide. So here, now, finally, I turn to the particular essay that inspired the title of my presentation today. So in 1964, long before the term Anthropocene was popularized by the Nobel Chemistry Prize laureate Paul Crutzen, the French writer Boris Blanchot titled, his review of philosopher Karl Jaspers's book, The Atom Bomb and the Future of Man. He wrote a review of that book, Jaspers's book, and he titled it, "The Apocalypse is Disappointing." So why is that? This was the height of the Cold War, and everyone were talking about the possibility, this harrowing possibility of a nuclear apocalypse, the annihilation of the human civilization by a nuclear war or something like that. They were all that was on everyone's lips, apocalypse. And people are writing books about this condition, the imminent apocalypse, the danger of nuclear warfare, so on and so forth, that could annihilate human civilization. And the apocalypse is really, one press of a button away. We need to move urgently to avert this imminent possibility of apocalypse. So that element, that sort of thinking, that sentiment, Blanchot notes, is expressed along the lines of, unless we totally change how we organize our world, we will be annihilated by atomic, nuclear warfare sooner or later. So that's the kind of sentiment. Okay? The imminence of apocalypse is supposed to be an injunction for radical social transformation at a global scale. Next slide, please. And yet, Blanchot says, apocalypse is disappointing. Or the way that people talk about apocalypse is very, very disappointing. Why? Why is that disappointing? Because, quote, nothing has changed when people talk about apocalypse, neither in their language, nor in their thinking, nor in the political formulations that are maintained and even drawn more tightly around the biases of a lifetime, some of them very noble, others very narrow-minded, end of quote. People talk about apocalypse, how dangerous it is. People talk about apocalypse and always say, oh, we must change our way of life. We must change our thinking. We must radically transform our society, or else we are all going to get wiped out. But, when they talk about what to do, they will return to the same old solutions.
And do nothing.
Okay. So people cling on to same, they seem to cling on to their same past ideologies, same past ways of thinking, maintain the same institutions. The solution to the apocalypse, to the way to avert apocalypse, is to strengthen the institutions that we already have, or realize the values that we already know is right. The things that we already have are presented as possible solutions to the imminence of apocalypse. Well, you guys, why people talk about radically changing the way we organize and present the same old stuff as solutions, right? Isn't it a bit strange? Okay. The end of the modern world. So, think of. So the question for me is this, right? Is the end of the modern world announced by the Anthropocene and its theorists genuinely novel or similarly disappointing? Same story goes to you can say the same thing about this disruption era. When people talk about, solutions to overcome the disruptions caused by technology and so on and so forth, I haven't heard anything that's actually really novel, right? Novel, right? Like, as students in Indonesia, you're very familiar with this kind of discourse. My Indonesian colleague in Sanata Dharma University, Pak Esther Sunardi, once said, Indonesians start talking about Pancasila when things go bad. When there is social disruption, when there is inter-ethnic conflict, when there's and this social whatever corruption, when things go bad, when the shit hits the fan, the discourse that immediately emerges in your newspapers and academic journals is what? realisasikan, aktualisasikan nilai-nilai Pancasila, something like that. The same old story is presented as solution to a radical crisis. Now, what's the problem with that way of thinking? Well, if you think the same old solution can apply to a radical crisis, then you're not really thinking the crisis very well. You're missing the specificity of the disruption. Right? You're missing the specificity of the crisis that you claim is really new or radical if you're just applying the old solutions. Maybe, I don't deny the fact that maybe it can alleviate some aspects of the crisis, but it would be very disappointing if a crisis that's described as radical, described as world-ending, could be resolved by the ideas of the past, by realizing somehow the ideas that we already had. So doing more of the same.
So are you suggesting that we just stay there? We know that we are on the brink of destruction, and we just stay
No,
cool.
Of course not.
But what happened?
That's exactly what I'm refusing, right?
Yeah.
You cannot, if we really take the disruption seriously, if we really take the Anthropocene end of the world sort of a thesis seriously, we can't just say, let's realize our values better, realize the values that we know is good in a better way. I think the disruption has to become an opportunity for a radically new thinking, right? Rather than trying to ameliorate it, alleviate it by trying to implement old ideas. Don't domesticate the radical possibility that's presented by disruption or dislocation.
Okay.
Or at the end of the world.
Okay, that's good presentation. Very great presentation. Just initial questions. If we
am I out of time already?
Yes, sorry. If we really stay on the psychic ground, then we should reinterpret or reaffirm that ground. On what basis that we should do it? If we really stay on the psychic ground, we are on the brink of destruction. And yet this disruption era really distracted us. So we should rebuild it, as you said, reinterpret it, and we remake the ground. On what basis we should do it, especially on the term of our discussion today, in religiosity and rationality.
Now, you're asking precisely the kind of question that prevented me from writing the full paper, right?
I see.
So I don't think it's my task to present solutions, right? I think any attempt to present easy solutions is superficial. I think our sort of rush to present solutions, rush to present actionable measures is part of the problem.
Or better still, we just let it there, let gone be bygone.
I don't think that's also desirable. I think it is. There is a certain political commitment. So the part of the paper that I didn't get to read,
okay,
is part of that, right? So the people who affirm the Anthropocene, right? So people who say, Anthropocene is the end of the modern world, and we moderns have to learn to live differently. Their solution is this: let's learn from the practices and world-making practices and knowledges of those who are outside modernity. For example, indigenous people, the way in which they relate to non-human beings, the way in which they sort of build their world. We should take inspiration from them. Since that our modern world has ended, let's learn from non-modern practices, right? That's their idea. But that's the idea that I really want to reject. I think it's actually quite problematic. Why? Now, why? Because their sort of a way of looking. Now, what they're problematizing is a kind of politics where humans attempt to institute order, institute a new blueprint, intervention on this world. Why? Now, if the human is decentered radically, then any attempt to reassert human subjectivity on this world would be a regressive measure. It's a failure to come to terms with the humanity's radical decentering, right? Now, Therefore, that kind of politics, this traditional revolutionary politics kind of model, that's rejected by the Anthropocene discourse. But I think the outcome of rejecting that model of radical politics is a kind of, conformism or quietism even. We cannot create a new world. We cannot radically transform the world with our own power. Rather, what we can do and what we should do is to adapt to our condition, be resilient in some sense, be sensitive to our surroundings and non-human conditions. That is, to the theories of the Anthropocene, that's what indigenous world making is like. They think and feel with non-human worlds, non-human beings, right? And we should learn from that. Rather than separating ourselves as a subject against the object that is the non-human world, we should learn to, be more relational, right? But the problem is that the politics that emerges from that is rather quietist. It is adaptive, it is about resilience, but it's not about radical change. And that dimension, that possibility of radical change, radical transformation, the affirmation of a sort of a, human, but also non-human, more than human capacity to institute a better world is something that I don't think radical thinkers, radical democrats, and cultural studies in the traditional sense can abandon. Right? So what is the kind of politics where we get to keep the thought of a radical transformation, the thought of creating and instituting a radically different order, while remaining aware of the, fact of the Anthropocene, right? That humanity is decentered. Can cultural studies articulate that kind of politics? That is the difficult question to which I have no answer. If I had an answer, I would write a book, right? But I don't have an answer. That's why I couldn't write my paper nor a book. So that's my answer. So my answer to you is that no, I don't know, but let's ask more better question, right?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give applause to Dr. Kim. The thought-provoking us, and we should think about the future as well, about our condition, about our religiosity, and Dr. Kim say something about that from the standpoint of cultural studies. Hope we can see that answer within next few within the future. Okay, I see. Okay, we still have Professor Evangelos. Hello? Do we still have Professor Evangelos online? Yep. Okay. Are we having the kita sudah punya PPT-nya belum? Sudah dikirim? Bisa ditayangkan? Okay. We will display your PowerPoint presentation, and you can give your lecture as well. Thank you. Time is yours, Professor.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly clear.
Okay. Well, it's been an adventure tonight, and I'm not quite sure how to proceed with my presentation. Basically, what I have done is to go over my experiences, religious, cultural, cross-religious, cross-cultural, and put them in the perspective of coming now to a disruption era. And what I focused on, particularly following the developments in everyday life in my own country where I am now, Greece, as well in Southeast Asia, uh, where I have very strong and long connections. Um, and what what I have come up with is basically what happens in the context of a religious life and non outside of a religion life of the same people. And what disturbs me and I have focused on is basically the very wide corruption, um, and it's been always interesting to me uh, seeing the results of Transparency International's corruption index. Greece is the second most corrupt country in the European Union, and the levels of corruption basically are the same as Malaysia and Indonesia, I may say. Um, and corruption and violence nowadays increasing precisely because of um, the age of disruption and the spread of communication via different communication programs and so on. Okay, I haven't slept all night because we have this time difference, and I also had some other impromptu obligations last night. Now, let me quickly run through my PowerPoint. I don't seem to be able to work it. The first time it ever happens to me. I get a message, unstable network connection. I don't know what technology is doing to me, or maybe it's not just technology. Okay, what I tried to do in preparing this was to go in an auto-ethnographic approach, covering my childhood in Greece. And I started in a world which was much more than disruption. I was born during a battle in the Second World War between the Greek liberation guerrillas from the left, because the rightists cooperated with the Nazi Germans and the Italian fascists. And where my father was an officer of the Gendarmerie Royale, as it was, the Royal Country Police. He was in jail because the Italian fascists had found more weapons in the Greek police than they were allowed. And my mother was alone, and during the attack of the Greek guerrillas against the Italians in that town, she was 8 months pregnant with me, and she got scared, obviously, with explosions all around her. Mortars, hand grenades, bombs, and she went into labor and gave birth to me after 8 months of pregnancy. And I survived, she survived. There was no medical presence. A neighbor lady rushed in and helped her deliver. In any case, my childhood was spread uh, through the subsequent liberation from the Germans and the Italians, but a civil war which was basically organized or supported by the Americans and the British on the right side. And I lived through terrible things during that civil war in the countryside and in Athens. I have seen a country market where the counters, the tables were full of chopped off heads of the guerrillas through betrayal and monetary reward to those who did it. Then the Civil War ended, and we went into a period of rightist governments and policies. I finished primary and secondary school in Greece. On the religious side, I have on my PowerPoint that I had Saturday catechism, a person who was a great man. He was a student of theology, of Greek Orthodox Christian theology at the time at the University of Athens. And the pupils, we all met and had this done in the neighborhood church. We, the pupils, were from early secondary school. That man subsequently fished, became a bishop, served as the bishop of the Greek church in East Africa because there were Greek communities there. And at the end, he became Greek Orthodox Archbishop of Albania, because there is a strong Greek community and a strong Orthodox community among the Albanians in Albania, and pursued also a doctorate. And in the context of that, traveled to the countries which were the loci of the main religions. At one point, when I returned to Greece for vacation, while I was working in Southeast Asia, I went to a book exhibition in a park in Athens and was surprised to see two books by Anastasios Yannulatos, the now dead actually as of a few months, Archbishop of the Orthodox in Albania. And the first book was Islam, a 500-page, massive, brilliant work, and the Quran, another volume. He has been an author who has published many works. As I said, he traveled to countries with each one of the main religions, Buddhism, Hinduism, Catholicism, and so on, and wrote and lectured about this. I cannot see my PowerPoint, so I'm going by memory. Now, after I finished my studies at the Johns Hopkins University in the US, I started there as an electrical engineer student. I was very fortunate that Johns Hopkins, for the engineering students, had the rule that we had to take something like 20 different subjects in the humanities and social sciences. And I'm extremely lucky to have been there as a student, because I went through a crisis as to what I'm doing studying engineering, because that would bring me a good income returning back to Greece. And I said, what do I really like to study? What do I really like to practice? And after serious sort of analysis and self-introspection, I decided to, my favorite subjects were languages, history, and mathematics. So I was the first student in linguistics. I gathered courses from different departments, from classics, from Romance languages, including French, which was my second language, and I was totally fluent. I learned English at the university in 2 months. This sounds practically unbelievable. But based on French and Greek, English became almost trivial. In any case, I changed with the support of a group of professors that the university appointed to supervise my studies. I was the only student in linguistics. And the president of my personal committee called me and told me after I finished my bachelor's to hurry and do my postgraduate degree master's, so that I would have the right to teach. And so I finished my master's in 9 months. And then I designed and delivered a number of courses which had never been delivered before at Johns Hopkins. And at the same time, in 2 years after that, I finished my doctorate. And from there started, as I call it, one of my odysseys. In Greece, the political situation had changed. There was a coup d'etat by the army, fascists, basically, and they established a dictatorship in 1967, so 1 year before I finished my doctorate. And there were many implications. I had to do military service in the Greek army after I finished my studies. I refused to do it. I went through military court and was found guilty. My parents paid a lot of money as a fine. I refused to return to Greece. I became a refugee. So now I feel solidarity with refugees who flood into Greece and are thrown out by the rightist government in power right now. In any case, back to the dictatorship. I was stuck in Germany, in Munich, where I went for further studies. I had studied Russian among many other languages that I studied at the Johns Hopkins University. And I was supposed to teach at Tufts University in Boston, but the Oklahoma University branch in Munich, Germany, where I was doing intensive Russian in the summer of 1968, that was housed in the same facilities as a CIA center, which was which employed personnel from the Ukrainian Nazi army that had joined Hitler in the Second World War, and then following many events, went over and surrendered to the Americans, who used them for many purposes of their own foreign policy and imperialism. I was stuck in Germany. My housemate was Canadian from Montreal. He suggested I migrate to Montreal because at the time my Greek passport was annulled by the Greek dictatorship. Fortunately, the Canadians whom I visited at their office for immigration in Stuttgart welcomed me with open arms. I traveled there in January 1969. I ran into a Jewish classmate of mine who was a great guy. He really helped me immensely. He displayed humanity and solidarity. He even gave me his apartment because he didn't need it, and filled his fridge with food. Lou Goldberg. At some point, he decided to return, in quotation marks, to go to Israel. And after a couple of months from Israel, he returned to Canada because he found the Israelis, Zionists, and unbearable to him. And later, that happened at a time when I had already traveled to Malaysia and was teaching there at the University of Science Malaysia in Pulau Pinang. He called me. He had actually gone literally crazy. He lost his mind by being confronted with the Israeli Zionists. Now, back to Canada, I applied and received, a year after I had gone to Canada, a postdoctoral research fellowship. Through many accidental happenings, I chose to spend it as a senior fellow affiliate at the East-West Center next to the University of Hawaii in Honolulu. this was my entry into the Pacific and Asia region. I was extremely lucky to be one of 6 senior fellows at the time, and our task became to design the Cultural Learning Institute of the East-West Center. And there I was a fellow with uh, uh, an anthropologist, the first husband of Margaret Mead, Gregory Bateson, who had done research in Indonesia, Bali, and has produced a lot of work alone or with Margaret Mead. He took an interest in me and my potential, co-taught a course, The Nature and Destiny of Man, and asked me to teach with him. And then he also asked me to comment on his book that he was publishing with all his previous publications in journals. Another great experience for me. As I said, that was my entry into the Pacific and Asia. To mention that from there on, my experiences in countries with different religions became numerous. And I just realized, thinking about this presentation for the last month or so, Hawaii was a multi-religious place. And I had forgotten it, but it even had pagans. And I had in my, for my PowerPoint, the photos of some of the idols that they were worshiping. And at the same time, they were Christians, of course, being an American, I'll call it colony that became a state. And Buddhists, Hindus, and to my great surprise, the person whom I first met from Hawaii during a conference of linguistics at Cambridge University in Britain, Agnes Nigakawa Howard, was Japanese. And I realized at some point that she was one of only 40,000 Japanese who are Christian, Greek Orthodox Christians. So there was even in Hawaii a minority of one person who was Greek Orthodox Christian. I subsequently taught for one semester on a floating university, which took us to Latin America, Catholics basically, but also indigenous Americans of many different religions. And then we crossed over to Senegal in Africa and Morocco. Morocco, of course, a Muslim country. And we had many interesting experiences cross-religiously. We entered the Mediterranean, went to Istanbul. This was a deep experience for me, a Greek, since Istanbul, Constantinople was a Greek city for many centuries. And I went to Hagia Sophia, Santa Sophia, a saint whose name the same as my grandmother's, maternal grandmother's. Sophia means wisdom, as in philosophia, which is philosophy. A friend of wisdom is a philosopher. And then I got a job while I was at the university, teaching at the University of Hawaii after the East-West Center for 3 years. A job was advertised. I was actually hoping to get a job in Indonesia. There you are. But instead, a job was advertised in Malaysia at the University of Science Malaysia, Pusat Bahasa dan Terjemahan. So the director of that Pusat happened to come to Hawaii for an international conference, interviewed me, offered me the job. They subsequently hired me, and after the floating university, I went to Malaysia to University Science Malaysia, and many other developments there. I met my current wife. This was back in 1975 to 77 at USM for religious reasons. Her family at the beginning was opposed to her marrying a Christian. We fled to Singapore, and ultimately I converted and got married. We got married, and my witnesses for the marriage were, among others, two very dear Indonesian students of mine in Singapore at the Regional Language Center. After Singapore, 4 years, I taught in India, in the center of India. I was invited for just a few months. Then I got a job with Monash University and the Ministry for Minorities in Australia, in Melbourne. There again, an experience with different religions, and actively I studied and contributed to interreligious understanding and intercultural understanding. And so my many odysseys continued. From Australia, I returned to Greece because the Greek Socialist Party had won the elections and displaced the rightists from power. And many adventures in Greece also. There here, because I'm in Greece now, I taught in two universities in the schools of pedagogy, and I was founding members for these, both at the University of Crete and the University of the Aegean, where I taught in different departments because the different departments were spread out to different islands of the Aegean, of the Dodecanese, and so on. So basically, it was an archipelagic university, the University of the Aegean. More experiences, very interesting. I suffered from the Greek culture way of hiring and appointing people to jobs. They always go to locals. They used to, at least at that time. I did not get elected to the position which I held before, linguistics for pedagogy, in the island of Rhodes Island. And I got so mad, I resigned. I had gone for a conference, that conference to Cambridge that I mentioned before, where I met my Japanese colleague. So I had gone for a conference in England, saw a job in Hong Kong, applied, got a job, spent 4 years in Hong Kong, for different reasons, resigned again. They heard in USM that I was looking for a job, and the new director of the Pusat Bahasa dan Terjemahan wrote to me and said, "Don't take another job, we want you back." So I went back, spent another few years there, teaching at USM. Again, for different reasons, left, had connections with Thailand, where I worked for a Malaysian Thai center. And so on and so forth. I taught in Oman, Sultanate of Oman, east of Saudi Arabia. That was at the Sultan Qaboos University. I spent the most time among all the universities in which I have taught, 19 universities. And I spent 10 years at the Sultan Qaboos University. I have 100, if not more, students of mine, and I'm in touch with them. From Oman, again for different reasons, I left, went to Thailand. I had been teaching summer schools at one of the universities in Bangkok. And then I joined the Asian Institute of Technology, where I spent a couple of years again. While there, I also taught in Vietnam, and I have precious memories from that too. Let's see now. I was invited for the third time to join the Al-Bukhari International University in Al-Ostar in Malaysia by its Vice Chancellor, President, Dr. Zulkifli Abdul Razak, who was my Vice Chancellor the previous time at USM. And then, unfortunately, the Al-Bukhari University was closed after 2 years when I was teaching there. All the students were sent to some 30 different universities and colleges in Malaysia. The staff were terminated, and I came back to Greece. This was in 2014, and I'm still here, and I should say, not very happy. Now, after this narrative on my odysseys, I talked about issues that have to do with practices of religious people, and these have become, in a sense, worse during the disruption era. And these practices have affected in many different ways, even students down to primary school, as well as teachers and even the religious teachers, from what I read in the press and hear from my relatives in Malaysia constantly. And I would like to point out two areas which I find extremely bad. One area, and there my experiences are not personal, but through newspapers and other sources. One area is the case of religious personnel, religious teachers who engage in the rape of children in their guard. There were the cases, recent cases of the tabligh in Malaysia, where the teachers, imams or whatever, raped many children in the guard. Previous to that, I had seen, and I think I delivered it in another talk I have made for the Penelle before the COVID monstrosity. If I remember correctly, there were some 20,000 priests in Australia who were accused of raping children in their classes. And the third incident that I personally now am familiar with, an Indian Muslim was a fellow professor at Sultan Qaboos University in Oman. Our families were very, very close to each other. We were constantly visiting each other. When I returned to Greece, he and his wife came and visited Greece. And he told me at one point that even though he was a Muslim boy, during the colonial period, the British colonial period in India, his parents registered him in a British colonial school. I have Indian friends here in Greece also who went to British colonial schools in India. And my friend and colleague confessed to me at some point that as a primary school boy student, he was sodomized by a priest who was his teacher. And I regret to say he got colon cancer as an adult, metastasis, and he died a few years back of brain cancer. Now, that to mention one of the two things that have become even worse with religion, different religions, in fact. And the second thing is corruption. And here, I have to say, the Najib case stands out among many other cases. And we have a person for whom there was even an intention of building a palace, just like one of the narcotics master in Latin America, who was tried, found guilty, and had a palace in which to spend his time as a prisoner. So corruption and abuse, sexual abuse of children are the two things that have become worse. And another one is that through the massive abuse of social media by children, and here let me put a parenthesis, I have seen in a Greek bus a Filipina resident here with a cart with her baby, a little baby under a year or something, and the baby holding his mobile phone, okay? And recently there were cases in Malaysia, several cases, even of murder of fellow students in primary school. And in many of these cases, it was clear that it was through influence from some of the programs on, on the social media. I think I'm not sure how much time I have taken and how much I have abused my time. I would like to end here and hope that I'll have a better opportunity without all the technical problems that I faced and we faced today. Thank you very, very much for inviting me to be with you, and wish a better future within the era of disruption to all the youth and to all of us who are, well, young for a second time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Evangelos, for your presentation. I think we get enough. We get a lot information from that, especially from the standpoint of how we see religiosity in the people's life. Let's carry on with the next presentation is from Professor Ibrahim, and Professor Ibrahim will speak in Arabic.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية أنا كنت سأقدم المقال في حصة الغد، ولكن تم تغيير البرنامج، فأنا في الحقيقة أتحدث باللغة العربية، وقد قمت بترجمة المقال لا أدري bahasa Inggris. فأرجو أن يكون في متناول أيدي الجميع لكي يستطيعوا أن يتابعوا معنا. إذا كان المقال جاهز أرجو بث الترجمة هذه باللغة العربية berbahasa Inggris. ها يا هل المقال جاهز؟ الترجمة جاهزة أم لا؟ يا نعم، إذن هذه هي هذه الترجمة من اللغة العربية إلى الإنجليزية. إذن أتحدث فيها عن تعريف أولا العقلانية. والعقلانية هي محاولة لفهم طبيعة الإنسان الباحث عن الحقيقة بين ضوضاء الفكر وتحديات الواقع. أولا مفهوم العقلانية والتدين. العقلانية في أصلها تعني اعتماد العقل في الفهم والتحليل والاستدلال والبحث عن الحقيقة وفق ضوابط المنطق والبرهان. أما في الفكر الإسلامي فهي لا تعني رفض النصوص الدينية بل توظيف العقل لفهمها وتطبيقها. وقد أكد القرآن الكريم هذا المبدأ في قوله تعالى: أفلا يتدبرون القرآن أم على قلوب أقفالها، سورة محمد الآية 24. أما التدين فهو الالتزام الإنسان بالقيم والمعتقدات المستمدة من الوحي سلوكا وفكرا، لكن التدين الحقيقي لا يقتصر على المظاهر والشعائر. halaman selanjutnya. هو تجسيد للإيمان للإيمان الواعي الذي يجمع بين العبادة والعقل وبين الروح والفكر. ثانيا مظاهر الاضطراب في العصر الحديث. يتسم العصر الراهن بخصائص أبرزها تسارع المعرفة وضياع اليقين وتفكك المعايير الأخلاقية. لقد أدى الانفتاح المعلوماتي إلى تضخم في المعارف، لكنه في الوقت ذاته تسبب في تشويش فكري جعل الإنسان يعيش حالة من الشك والقلق الوجودي. في خضم هذه الفوضى انقسم الناس بين تيارين متطرفين: تيار مادي وعقلاني، تيار مادي عقلاني متشدد يرفض الغيب والروح ويقدس التجربة الجسدية. halaman selanjutnya. وتيار ديني منغلق يرفض العقل والاجتهاد ويعيش على التكرار والتقليد. كلا التيارين ابتعد عن التوازن الذي دعا إليه الإسلام، حيث جعل العقل أداة للفهم والإيمان معا. ثالثا التكامل بين العقل والدين في الفكر الإسلامي. إن الفكر الإسلامي الكلاسيكي منذ عصر المعتزلة مرورا بابن رشد والغزالي سعى إلى التوفيق بين العقل والنقل. قال ابن رشد في فصل المقال: إن الشريعة حق وإنها دعت إلى النظر المؤدي إلى معرفة الحق، فالنظر بالعقل واجب واعتباره من الشريعة نفسها. فالعقل في الإسلام ليس خصما للوحي بل شريك في فهمه وتفعيله، ولذلك لا يمكن الحديث عن تدين حقيقي دون عقلانية، ولا عن عقلانية مثمرة دون إيمان يهذبها ويوجهها. رابعا نحو تدين عقلاني في عصر الاضطراب. إن التحدي الأكبر الذي هو بناء تدين عقلاني إنساني يتعامل مع الواقع بلغة الفهم لا بلغة الصراع، يتطلب هذا ويتطلب هذا. halaman selanjutnya. Next page. Yeah. Yes. إحياء روح الاجتهاد والتفكير النقدي في فهم النصوص والواقع. ثانيا تربية عقلية وروحية متوازنة تدمج بين المنطق والوجدان. ثالثا إصلاح الخطاب الديني ليكون أداة توجيه وبناء لا تفرقة وجدال. رابعا مقاومة النزعة الاستهلاكية والعاطفية التي جعلت التدين عند البعض شكلا بلا مضمون. وفي الختام إن العقلانية والتدين في عصر الاضطراب ليس طريقين متوازيين لا يلتقيان، بل هما جناحان لطائر واحد يحلق به الإنسان نحو الحقيقة. فالعقل دون الانتماء إلى السلف الصالح يعني اتباع نهج المسلمين الأوائل من الصحابة والتابعين والتابعين بإحسان في العقيدة والعبادة والأخلاق والفهم للدين. وكلمة السلف تعني الذين تقدموا، أي من عاشوا في القرون الثلاثة الأولى التي وصفها النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم بأنها خير القرون، فقال خير الناس قرني ثم الذين يلونهم ثم الذين يلونهم، رواه البخاري ومسلم. Selanjutnya وأما الصالح فتعني الذين استقاموا على طاعة الله فصاروا قدوة في الإيمان والعلم والعمل. إذن الانتماء إلى السلف الصالح لا يعني مجرد الانتساب بالاسم أو اللقب، بل يعني اتباع فهمهم للقرآن الكريم والسنة كما فهمها النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. ثانيا الاقتداء بأخلاقهم وعدلهم وورعهم. ثالثا الابتعاد عن البدع والانحرافات التي ظهرت بعدهم. الوسطية. رابعا الوسطية في الدين، لا غلو ولا تفريط. بمعنى آخر هو الالتزام بما كانوا عليه في الإيمان والعلم والعمل مع احترام العلماء الذين نقلوا ذلك النهج عبر العصور. Selanjutnya next yes. إذن العقلانية هنا إذن تعني رفض الدين بل استخدام العقل كأداة لفهم الدين والحياة. في العقلانية الإسلامية كما عند الغزالي أو ابن رشد تسعى إلى التوازن بين النقل والعقل، فلا تكتفي بالنص دون فهم ولا بالعقل دون هداية الوحي. ثالثا التدين في زمن الفوضى. التدين اليوم يواجه تحديين: تحدي سطحي يعتمد على المظاهر دون وعي أو عمق، وتدين متطرف يرفض التفكير ويغلق الباب الاجتهاد. أما التدين الصحيح فهو تدين الاعتدال. بارك الله فيكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Between following the old tradition and living the new life, right? You have to follow the sunnah, the ulama and everything, but stay alive in this life, right?
في الجزائر لا يوجد هذا التنوع، فقط سيموانيا المذهب المالكي di المذهب الشافعي di الجزائر المذهب المالكي. Tapi enggak ada seperti ini di Indonesia, ada Nahdlatul Ulama والمحمدية نعم. Dan ada berbeda antara kita dan antara negara saya dan negara Indonesia.
So basically, to deal with the disruption era, you have to live in balance in between, right? between following the old order and stepping to the new life.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Iya. Baik, terima kasih very much a good presentation. That we have the translation in English. I think you're familiar with the word that he presented, that Professor Ibrahim presented today is in Arabic. Saya buka kesempatan untuk para penanya. Ya, satu, siapa lagi? Anyone else? Dua. Panitia bisa diberikan mikrofonnya. We have to people who want to respond to the presentation today. Satu, dua lagi. Ya, silahkan. Silahkan sebutkan namanya, Mas.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I am Egyo Prayoga and I have a question for Dr. Min. I am intrigued by the idea that the apocalypse doesn't necessarily signify destruction, but can also be understood as revelation and renewal. In your view, how can individual and society interpret the notion of the end of the world as an opportunity for transformation, to reimagine how we live, relate, and care for one another in the midst of crisis? Thank you.
Silahkan, selanjutnya.
Oh yeah, thank you. I have a question for Dr. Min also. Here is my question, but okay. My name is Safri Nurjana, sorry. You can call me Safri, and this question is for Dr. Min. My question is, in a time when big crises like the Anthropocene push us to think in new ways, how do we avoid simply recycling old ideas? How do we avoid simply recycling old ideas? And then the second one, can cultural studies work with the sciences to tackle these problems, or should it stick to critique and interpretation only? And then the last one, when we face something as extreme as the end of the world, should cultural studies focus on giving hope or just pointing out what's wrong? That's all. Thank you.
Ada pertanyaan lagi? Ya, satu lagi silahkan.
Once more?
Thank Okay, thank you very much for the three speakers for insightful presentation. And I would like to introduce myself. My name is Sakifa Aulia as a postgraduate focus on hermeneutical studies in UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. And I would like to ask some questions, related to your explanation about the presentation of Mr. Min Singh. Mr. Min. Mr. Kim or Min. Okay, relate to your explanation about the Timothy Morton's idea. Some philosophers such as Morton's argue that the modern world has already ended, and that we are now living in the end of the world itself. So, in my question, could you please elaborate on what is meant by the end of the world in the context, and does it imply that we are living in a kind of final stage of the world, approaching the destruction or elapse era? Okay, thank you.
Masih ada lagi? Still have one? Yeah, one more. Any question for Dr. Ibrahim as well and Professor Evangelos?
Tes. Okay, I am Miftah Shifa Barulolomia, and I have a question to Professor Evangelos Avendras. He's my friends. We met in Surabaya few years ago, and I have one question to him. Okay. Throughout your lifelong experience across nations and religions, how do you perceive the shift of goodness from being religion-based to becoming a universal human value in today's digital disruption era? That's it.
Can you say it again, please?
Okay. Again, throughout your lifelong.
Yeah.
Can you hear my voice, Mr. Evangelist? Throughout your lifelong.
Now it's better, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, sir, I'm hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Throughout your lifelong experiences across nations and religions, how do you perceive the shift of goodness from being religion-based to becoming a universal human value in today's digital disruption era? Okay.
Can you repeat because
Ulangin, Mbak. Putus-putus kayaknya di Pak
it
Panjelos.
says here low network bandwidth?
Okay. Maybe
Can you type it
okay
down?
typing
Type it down.
typing in the Zoom meeting.
Yeah, type it.
Okay, thank you.
He will type the question for you at the Zoom message.
Yes,
Thank
I will
you.
type.
Ya, ada lagi yang mau merespon Pak Dr. Ibrahim, Profesor Ibrahim? Ya, we have one question. Berbahasa Indonesia or Arabic?
Mr. أنا سأسألكم في العربية. كما عرفنا الآن كثير من العلماء والمسؤولين والكبراء. اسمي فبران عارف. أنا سأسأل كما عرفنا كثير من علماء والكبراء الذين يستخدمون AI في كثير من رأيهم. ثم الذي AI هذا ليس لديه معاشر لتحديد القوانين. ثم كيف رأيكم؟
Artificial intelligence that you can ask like something in YouTube or in Google, they present you with body of knowledge that produced by that. Okay?
Okay, thank
AI,
you.
artificial intelligence. Okay. Okay. Bapak Dr. Kim, you can respond it now.
Thank you for the humorous questions. So the first one, Anthropocene as opportunity. That is basically the position that's taken by people like Bolton, right? They claim that Anthropocene is the end of the world, but the end of the world is not the literal destruction of the planet, right? So we live on in the ruins of the previous world. But that ruins of the previous world does open up to new possibilities. For example, once we get out of this assumption of man as the master and so on and so forth, anthropocentrism, for example, we will be able to form new relations with non-human beings in a ways that are different. And that counts as an opportunity for them, right? the end of the modern world also signifies, it can signify the end of a sort of a, sort of a capitalist social organization. Therefore, it can lead to new ways of organizing social and economic life. So that comes in the opportunity. Now, I am not sure how far I would agree with people who pursue that line of thinking. Sometimes it's not very satisfactory for me. But I think your position, yes, that's what many people who write on the Anthropocene wants to say in the end, right? I'll keep my answer short, given the time restraint. Okay, the next one is how to avoid repeating the old in the crisis of, how do we avoid repeating the old stuff in the new crisis, right? Which is basically what I was railing against. How do we avoid it? I think, in a way, and this is where the role of critique comes in. The role of critique is to show that, what appears to be the best option or the immediate sensible option may not be the only option available, right? By disentangling what appears as necessity, this is the necessary path to take, we open up the possibility of other paths, right? So when people automatically revert to repeating the old ways to solve new problems, we will show that, your turn to the old ways is something that's contingent. It's not necessary. There are other options. We might not be able to provide a blueprint of the other options, but at least we can open up the possibility for and the sort of a desire for experimentation. And then, which one was that? What can cultural studies do? That's partly what cultural studies should do, right? I recently was in this event in UGM where people were talking about indigenous philosophy, right? And Nusantara philosophy, Indonesian philosophy. The standard, one of the standard responses to the question, does Indonesia have an Indonesian philosophy, and what is Indonesian philosophy? One of the standard answers that is like Pancasila philosophy. Pancasila reflects the crystallization of Indonesian values and so on and so forth, right? That's like the standard statist ideological answer. Well, cultural studies answer would be, yes, sure, there are indigenous Indonesian philosophies, but that's not reflected in Pancasila. Look at the notion of Zomia, for example. Zomia originally means the continental Southeast Asia, areas that were outside the purview of colonial powers as well as pre-colonial Buddhist kingdoms. They refer to areas in which where indigenous people lived, away from the capture of a state entity like a Buddhist kingdom or colonial power and so on. Indonesia as an archipelago used to have many of those areas. Islands that were, fugitive in relation to state power or colonial control. Their practices of fugitivity, that's a lot more interesting indigenous philosophy than the statist philosophy like Pancasila, for example. Right? So the cultural studies perspective would be to, show the existence and availability and possibility presented or ensconced in those alternatives that Indonesian people rarely sort of thematize when they're asked what is Indonesian philosophy. So that would be the task of a cultural studies discourse as well as any critical discourse, to show other directions. And then, what's the other one? Hope is giving hope. Should cultural studies focus on critiquing or attempting to give hope? That's a really good question. My friend, well, I shouldn't say my friend, my senior mentor, David Chandler, recently wrote a paper on the hope and the Anthropocene. You should just read that paper, I think. But I think one thing that we should sort of, embrace is that sometimes having hope is a good thing for practice, but sometimes it's also something that we want to avoid. Sometimes there is a moment of courage and in embracing hopelessness, in not trying to find silver lining, right? To actually confront a crisis in the horrible thing that it is. Maybe that will help to instigate more radical imaginaries rather than finding silver lining or finding hope. So maybe in some sense, maybe cultural studies should say, no, the situation is really hopeless, you know. You shouldn't find exits in the existing situation. Okay, and then Timothy Morton, there was a question about Timothy Morton, the modern world, end of the modern world. So what is a world? I mean, what is a world? He's not, Morton and the Anthropocene thinkers, when they talk about end of the world, they're not talking really about this physical planet per se, right? It does include the physical planet, but what they mean by worlding is a practice of meaning making, practice of world making practices. Now, modernity is based on a particular kind of world making practice. What kind of world making practice? You all have heard about it: anthropocentrism, subject-object division, so on and so forth. Now, the notion of the hyperobject from Morton is intended to show that that is a kind of object from which humans cannot separate themselves. That's what I meant by why hyperobjects stick to you, viscosity. Whenever you try to remove it, you're entangled in it, inescapably. It's not like a medium-sized ordinary object you can flush away to dispose of. We cannot step out of it, right? The subject-object division is blurred in, is blurred in this sense, right? Now, if we lived in a world in which the subject-object division doesn't hold, that's the end of modern world making, because modern world making is based on that distinction of subject-object. That's their argument. Now, do I agree with it? I kind of don't, but that is their argument. Okay. Was there any other question that I missed? Was there? Did I answer all questions?
Yes. Just a quick word, Dr. Kim.
Okay.
Yeah, just a quick word from you. How about the fate of religiosity according to the cultural studies?
It's a topic that I have no expertise in, so I must decline to answer to avoid giving. In the end, everyone here, everyone other than me, you all have much better understanding of what religiosity is than me. I have nothing really to add to that.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, Pak, carry on.
لسؤال السائل باللغة العربية، أيضا سأجيبك باللغة العربية. طبعا العلماء والعلماء في عصرنا الحالي يحتاجون إلى استعمال وسائل الاتصال الحديثة، يحتاجون إليها بشدة، وذلك لأننا نعيش في عصر السرعة. فمثلا ظاهرة البحث عن الكتاب في المكتبة، البحث عن الكتاب في المكتبة الآن مع تطور وسائل التكنولوجيا الحديثة نستطيع أن نبحث عن الكتاب في المكتبة قبل الورود إلى المكتبة وقبل الذهاب إليها. ممكن من الليل نبدأ في البحث عن الكتاب ونعرف أن نستطيع أن نحدد مكانه والرف الذي يوجد فيه، وفي اليوم الموالي ممكن نذهب مباشرة لأخذ الكتاب. إذن هذا في هذه العملية اختصار للوقت أو ربح للوقت، وهذا يدل على أننا في عصر السرعة. وهذه النقطة طبعا من النقاط التي أثيرت في مؤتمرنا هذا اليوم. بالتوفيق إن شاء الله. شكرا. نعم. اوكي.
Nah. Ya, apalagi kemudahan itu memberi ruang terciptanya kesempatan kepada kita untuk mempersempit waktu, memudahkan riset dan lain sebagainya. Why not?
بالضبط.
Nah.
هذا هو المقصود بالسؤال.
Nah, okay. Okay, we give the chance to Professor Evangelist to give a response. I think the question has already been passed to the Zoom message. Sudah dikirimkan soalnya. Okay, Professor Evangelist, time is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. It's very clear and loud.
Oh, okay, great. Well, basically, what I think about this is that the complexity of the international scene, geopolitics and geoeconomics, and the difficulty of specific situations uh, make it necessary to have something which is across religions. Um, and in that sense, the uh, goodness, if I read correctly what Sifa has typed and sent me. So goodness has to be on commonly accepted values, um, and we have to accept them cross nationally and so on, and cross religiously. And I believe that one of the most important is solidarity and humaneness. As those of you who have heard me before in other presentations, um, um, the sustainability development, sustainable development goals, I see them as extremely important and vital to restoring humanity and the physical aspects of the world, and limiting some of the abuses from uh, national powers, economic powers, and so forth. As I mentioned earlier, perhaps, um, you have on one hand billionaires and trillionaires who control very much in the happenings in the world. And you have billions of people who are deprived of very essential things, starting with food, starting with freedom of movement, and so on and so forth. So this, though it has a religious basis for improvement, it has to go beyond religion. I hope that I have adequately answered your question.
Thank you, Professor
And
Evangelist.
to add,
Yep.
to add to my from my experience, there are additional organizations beyond the religious, national, and economic, and there the uh, uh, volunteer, non-money oriented organizations. For instance, many organizations in which I work here in Greece on the issue of refugees and their deprivation of asylum, a decent life, and so on. And these are non-governmental and non-economic organizations. And even on the issue of Gaza, Palestine, most of the vital action is from people's organizations. I don't know if my answers are satisfactory. Nothing works right now on my system here.
Okay. Is that all, Professor Evangelist?
I'll have a postscript, which is partly humorous, a joke if you want, and partly the reality of my experiences with artificial intelligence. AI for me stands also for artificial idiocy, stupidity, in other words, because of the many, many, many issues that I see which are generated by AI. Finished.
Okay, thank you, Professor Angelus, for the response. I think that's roughly all. Have very today. I don't have to summarize it, as everyone has can draw a conclusion from that. I think we can give applause to the whole presentation of presenter. Thank you very much for the insight, and hope we will have further discussion in another session of conference designed by students at this university. Thank you very much. Let's finish the talk. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much for this discussion today. And ladies and gentlemen, today's journey has reminded us that in this disruption era, rationality and religiosity are not opposites. They are companions guiding humanity toward wisdom and progress. Let's continue this dialogue beyond this conference, bringing understanding, compassion, and innovation into every aspect in our life. And here is announcement. We would like to inform you that the parallel session will be held tomorrow on Friday, 7th of November 2025 from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. in hybrid format. You can join the session both on site. It will be located in meeting room of the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought, State Islamic University Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta, and online. For those who will join online, the Zoom link can be found on our official Instagram account, ESCFUP. Please note that it's written in all capital letters, ISCFUPI. And for the lunch break, will be located in the foyer Grand Jasmine. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of this agenda. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our deepest gratitude for your kind attention and participation throughout this event. We also apologize for any shortcomings or inconveniences during this agenda. Thank you for being part of this meaningful exchange of ideas. May we meet again in the spirit of knowledge and unity. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
world transformed by disruption, where technology challenges tradition, and reason seeks harmony with faith, we are called to reflect once more. Can rationality and religiosity walk hand in hand in this uncertain era? From this question, a dialogue begins. The Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought, UIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta, proudly presents the 6th International Student Conference, Revisiting Rationality and Religiosity in the Disruption Era. Scholars, students, and thinkers from around the world gather to rediscover meaning, rebuild connections, and reignite hope. Join us November 6-7, 2025 at Grand Rohan Hotel Yogyakarta and online worldwide. Let us revisit, reimagine, rediscover together.
سلام عليك حبيبي أحمد يا حبيبي